Zo, dames en heren, mag ik u uitnodigen om plaats te nemen op de tribune. In some minutes, we start with the next competition here in Arena 2. The small final for the 7-year-old horses. 13:40, 20 minutes to 2. The first rider will enter the arena. Well, let me introduce our judges to you. The judges at sea. Henning Leerman uit Duitsland en mevrouw Monique Peuts, ons Nederlands jurylid. En mevrouw Peuts die gaat de toelichting geven op de proeven die u ziet. The judge at E from Sweden, Annette Fransen Jacobeus. En H aus der Schweiz, Mr. Hans Voser. And our judge at B from the Republic of South Africa, Sharon Road. Well, good luck, ladies and gentlemen. Well, and you enjoy this competition, this small final for the 7-year-old horses. And it's an important competition because the numbers 1, 2, and 3, they can go to the final for the 7-year-old horses. Ja, heeft u nog eventjes geduld, dames en heren. We gaan zo van start. We hadden 28 starts hier in deze small final. En uiteindelijk gaan er 27 van start. Zo, nou heb ik begrepen dat we helemaal klaar zijn. Dames en heren, geniet u van deze small final voor de 7-year-old horses. Meneer de ringmeester, wat ons betreft kunt u de eerste combinatie binnen laten rijden. Het gaat om 3 startplaatsen voor de uiteindelijk finale bij de 7-jarige paarden. Dus tja, 12 zijn rechtstreeks gekwalificeerd en 3 deelnemers kunnen zich door middel van deze kleine finale plaatsen voor de finale. 12 riders are qualified straight for the final. And 3 riders can qualify for the final. Being the number 1, 2 or 3 in this competition, this small final for 7-year-old horses during the Longines FEI WBFSH World Championships. Zo, en we gaan van start met de combinatie uit Denemarken. We verwelkomen Helena Melson en Mikabo. Deze Picabo by Negro, Briar and Laptop. First rider from Denmark, representing the SWB, Swedish Warmblood Association. The first rider in the small final for the 7-year-old horses from Denmark. For the quotum of Sweden, Helena Melson and Piccabo by Negro Briaren Laptop. The horse bred by Kerstin Bindekrans and now owned by Anne Lyngby and the rider Helena Melson. So, that was it for Piccabo. Well, the marks, we have them as soon as possible. It's online scoring.
Thank you, Helena, for presenting your nice chestnut. We saw when we're starting with the trot, a very active trot. He was good uphill in the beginning. The extended trot was a little hurried. We would see there more relaxation and not going faster. The overall mark of the trot, he was good in the bending and the half faulters and shoulders in, but more collection we like to see, 7.8. The walk is clear. The collected walk can be more active with hind legs under, and we want to see a little more over track in the extended and more supple back, 7.6. The canter. For the left canter, we want to have more jump, but the right canter was much better. Then he has more jump, and then he's better over his back, 7.2. For submission, we think he's very obedient. He makes very good pirouettes. The first he was taking maybe too much weight, came a little bit high. He makes good strange changes. So for submission, 8.0. And perspective, we have seen a willing horse. He can prove more collection and more supple in his back. Then it will be for higher marks. For today, 7.8. Thank you.
Well, you see the results, 7.8 for trot, 7.6 for walk, 7.2 for canter, submission 8.0, perspective 7.8, the technical part 69.553, and the result 73.177% for the first rider, Helena Melson Piccabo. We go to Italy. Andrea Sangiorgi and Soirees Night PS, one of the breeding products of Gestüt Lewitz. Soirees Night PS by Soirée d'Amour Negro and Fürst Heinrich. The comment by Mrs. Monique Peutz, our judge, one of the judges at sea. From Italy, Andrea Sangiorgi and Suarez Knight PS. Owned by MG Equisport, this Suarez Knight PS, the breeder Gestüt Lewitz. Well, I give the microphone to Mrs. Monique Beuts.
Thank you, Andrea, for presenting your beautiful horse. When we start with the trot, we saw a trot was active. Your horse has very nice elastic front legs, but we want to see that the hind legs are more supportive, more active, coming under the body. And unfortunately, the first extended trot, he was not totally even behind. 7.4. For the walk, the collection, sometimes he's losing the rhythm a little bit, but the extended was better, but could show more ground cover, 6.7. And then the highlight today was the canter. He's very active in the canter. He is very good balanced. Unfortunately, he changed after the medium, but you make very nice changes, uphill, big, and off the ground. He can improve in the pirouettes, that he can take more weight behind for sitting in the pirouettes. 7.5. Oh, the canter is 8.0. Yes. We go to the submission. That's what we said before. That's the 7.5, that he can improve your bending in the circles and the half passes in trot. To the left side, he was a little bit tilted, so try to improve the contact there and the strength in the canter work. That was 7.5. But for perspective, you have a willing horse, he really wants to work together with you. When you can improve more strength and self-carriage, then it will be better. 7.6 for today. Thank you.
The results for trot 7.4, walk 6.7, canter 8.0, submission 7.5 and perspective 7.6. Technical part 66.340. So the final result 70.3 is 7%. For the second rider, Andrea Sangiorgi and Suarez Knight PS. We go to the next rider from Luxembourg. Representing das Deutsche Sportpferd. It's Christine Muller and DSP Big Bang by Boncoeur, Quadronneur and Reuben Royal. Zo, u keek naar de proef van Christine Muller. Christine Muller, Engel en DSP Big Bang by Boncoeur. The horse bred by Mr. Dr. Frank Klakov, and the owner of the horse is Mr. Jens Torsen. Das deutsche Sportpferd, the Quotum of Luxembourg.
Thank you, Christina, for showing your horse for us today. We think you have a lovely horse. He is a really sport horse, really willing and active going forward through the whole test, so that looks very nice. When we start with the trot is very dynamic. He's really up off the ground and active. In the trot part, we want to see that he's sometimes carrying himself more with uphill tendency, especially in the half passes and the shoulders in. There he can more collection and taking more weight. 8.3. The walk. The collected walk was clear. He could stay there more uphill. The extended walk was slightly tense. We want to see there more relaxation, more supple back and over track. 7.7. And then the highlight was the canter today. He was really active off the ground, also dynamic going forward and coming back, and with super changes, so that was very nice. 8.5. Then we start with the submission. Of course, then we have to go back to the bending in the half passes. It was better in the canter work. He could stay more uphill and trot, but it was also much better in the canter park. He made very nice changes, very uphill and off the ground. The first pirouette, he can take a little bit more the bending there, and overall a little bit smoother in the contact. 7.8. But for perspective, we think you have a really good sport horse. He's dynamic, really wants to work. 3 good gaits. Go on this way. 8.4. Thank you.
The technical part 71.797 and the final score 76.549%. For Christine Muller and DSP Big Bang, we go to the next combination, number 5. From Great Britain, Laura Tomlinson, with the Oldenburger Full Moon 2 by Fürstenball Gribaldi. And for the quotum of Great Britain, Full Moon 2 and Laura Tomlinson, Great Britain. Zo, het zit erop voor Laura Tomlinson. Full Moon 2 bij Fürstenball en Gribaldi. And for the comment, we go to one of the judges at sea, Mrs. Monique Buits.
Thank you, Laura. We were really happy to see the way you presented your horse today. He was, especially for the submission mark, very nice. He was always in front of your leg, very good way of riding in the contact, and everything goes the same. So that's very positive. For the trot, the trot is well off the ground. He has a good cadence. Times by times, we want to see the hind legs more active coming under, but he stays always good in rhythm and cadence. 8.2. The walk. The collected walk, he lost his rhythm in the beginning, but he improved really in the extended walk. That was much better. So for the walk, 6.9. The canter. We saw an active jump, but we want to see there more uphill tendency and air time in the jump. But what was very positive, he has good ability collect in the canter part. 7.8 for the canter. What we already said before, the submission, we really liked him. The contact was good, he's good in front of your aids. Changes could maybe more off the ground, but very nice pirouettes, nice way of riding. 9.0. And for perspective, you have a willing horse. He looks already really good on his way for the future. When you can improve his strength and his suppleness, then it will only get better. For today, 7.9 for perspective. Thank you.
For the technical part, it's 69.285, and the final result 74.443%. The result for Laura Tomlinson, Full Moon 2 by Fürstenball, the quotum of Great Britain. Then we go to the number 6, Aus der Schweiz from Switzerland, Charlotta Rogerson, and L'Amour the Stallion by Grand Galaxy Win, and Sanremo KWPN, the horse bred by Mr. J. Jansen and now owned by Mr. James Rogerson. And the rider, Charlotte Rogerson, the number 6. So, this was the rider from Switzerland. This is the rider from Switzerland, Charlotta Rogerson and Lamour. Lamour, the 7-year-old stallion by Grand Galaxy win in Sanremo KWPN for the Quotum of Switzerland. The horse bred by Mr. J. Janssen and owned by James Rogerson. Lamour. For the comments, we go to Mrs. Monique Beuts.
Thank you, Charlotta, for showing your beautiful stallion. When we start with the trot, there we saw an active and elastic trot. He really wants to go forward. We want to see his hind legs coming more under his body for more self-carriage, so that from there the contact could be also more steadier. Times by times he was a little bit nodding with his head, but he stays active in the circles and in the half passes. 8.1. The walk was clear. The collected walk, you could show more collection and suppleness, and the extended walk, you could go more forward for an active overtrack, but he stayed clear all the time. 7.0. The canter was really good. It was active, uphill. Then he has very nice in the contact with you, going forwards, making good pirouettes. 8.2. The submission. In the trot we said before, the contact could be nicer. You had a small mistake in the first pirouette, the hind legs were together, and overall we want to see him more supple over the back, but you make very nice changes. 8.0. And for perspective, we think you have a very elegant horse. He's very willing to cooperate with you. When you can make him more supple and when he gets more strength, then you have a nice horse for the future. 8.2. Thank you.
So, the points for Charlotta Rogerson, technical part 69.285, and the final score is 74.143% for Charlotta Rogerson and Lamour, the stallion by Grand Galaxy win KWPN. Well, on our screen you see the score of the spectator judging score, 76.822%. You put Charlotta Rogerson on the first place so far. Then we go to the rider with the number 7 of the starting order, La France, Charlotte Jalvignac and Diamonds Diva, the mare by Diamond Hit and Roquefort. Westfälische Sphäre Stambuch is a Diamonds Diva from the Quotum of France. Charlotte Jalvignac, Diamonds Diva. Zo ja, het applaus voor Charlotte Chalvignac-Lafrance en Diamonds Diva bij Diamond It en Rock 4. Curious about the points, curious about the comment, and the comment will come from one of the two judges at sea. This is Monique Putz.
Thank you, Charlotte, for showing your light-footed mare. When we start with the trot looks what I already said before, light-footed, slightly harrowed in an extended and in the collected work, so you can try to collect her more and that she gets more swinging over her back with more open frame, that she gets off your hand in the contact. 7.0. The walk. The first part could be in a better rhythm, that she lost it. The second part was better, that she was more relaxed also, but could show more overtrack. But we have to keep the rhythm in mind, so 6.2. The canter, there she really improved. She has a clear jump, she stays better uphill, but she can show more airtime. But with the pirouettes, you can really saw that she can collect and coming back, and she makes good changes. 7.8. For submission, we want to see that she's more off your hands with a nicer open frame so that she can show more suppleness in the whole body. And in the trot work, we saw sometimes that the head was tilted. 7.0. But for perspective, we think you have an elegant, light-footed horse. She's willing to work. When you can work her during the training skill, that she can improve in the suppleness and the strength, then you can improve that. 7.3 for today.
Thank you. The technical part, 67.232%, and the total score 68.916% for Charlotte Chalvignac and Diamonds Diva. Score 68.916. Well, let's take a look at the score of our audience. They came to 71.794%, rank number 5. And then we go to the number 8 from Australia. It's Alicia Ryan and Merrick's Sonic. The mare by Stedinger, Donnerschwee and De Niro. Representing the HHSA, the Hanoverian Horse Society of Australia. HHSH. Alicia Ryan, Merrick's Sonic. Ja, u keek naar de proef van Alicia Ryan en Merrick Sonic bij Stedinger en Donnerswee. Representing the Hanoverian Horse Society of Australia.
Thank you, Alicia, for showing your nice black mare. When we start with the trot, when you entered and you did the first extended trot, that was a bit hurried, but there she was still clear and regular. Unfortunately, later in the shoulder in, the circles and the half passes, she was losing her balance and rhythm. On the straight lines it was okay, but in the bending and the turns, she was not totally clear in the rhythm. So we have to consider that in our marks. So today for the trot, it's a 5.8. When we go to the walk, that was a clear walk, but we want to see more collection, the first part. The second part was better. There she had an active, good overtrack, but we need to see some collected walk. 7.4. The canter, that was much better. She was active, there she had a clear rhythm, she was better uphill and ground covering, 7.7. But when we go to the submission, we have to consider a little bit the contact in the trot part, that she could be nicer in the trot part, and she lost the balance. Unfortunately, the first pirouette she changed, the second pirouette was much better. The changes were all clear and off the ground, but could be a little bit straighter. 6.8. For perspective, for today, we think she has a good walk and good canter. When you can improve the trot work, then the mark can be much higher. But for today, we have to stay on a 6.9. Thank you.
For the technical part, it's 64.822, and the final result is 67.011. 67.011. Benieuwd naar de score die u eraan heeft gegeven in de spectator judging. You're going to 69.307 instead of 67.011. For Alicia Ryan and Merrick Sonic. Kijk, en daar komt het volgende paard alweer binnengereden. Het is paard Quiberon van het Beukenhof onder start nummer 9. Met de voor België rijdende Tom Heilen. De nummer 9, de Belgian rider Tom Heilen. Representing the Belgian Warmblood. This 7-year-old gelding by Johnson. Johnson, Don Renoir en Stallion Wundermeijer. Quiberon van het Beukenhof. Tom Heilen, Belgium. Ja, u kijkt naar de proef van Tom Heilen, Belgium, en Cuberon van het Beukenhof. Representing the Belgian Warmblood. Of course, for the Quotum of Belgium. It's all about the numbers 1, 2, and 3. They're going to the final for the 7-year-old horses. The first place now, Christine Muller, 76,548. The number 2, Laura Tomlinson, 74,443. And the number 3, for this moment, Charlotta Rogerson, 74,143. Monique, it's up to you.
Thank you, Adri. We saw Tom today with his very active trotting and willing horse. I think also today the trot was a highlight. There you could see that he's active, he's really off the ground and has a good cadence. The extended, he can have more ground cover and stay a bit straighter. And sometimes he's losing the balance in the circles, but you can still improve that. So for the trots today, 8.4. The walk, the first part could be more clear. It improved the second part, but we want to see more freedom in the shoulder and ground cover, 6.9. The canter is active and it's off the ground, but we like to see more freedom in the shoulder so that you get bigger jumps and more air time, 7.4. For the submission, unfortunately he was resting left hind in the entrance, and when you find better balanced in the circles, the canter part, the changes were clear, but could be more off the ground and straighter. The pirouettes, when he's taking more weight and coming uphill in the jump. But in the trot part, he was nice. He was really willing to go forward. He had a good contact there, 7.6. For perspective, you have a very willing, active going horse. That's always positive. Try to improve the jump in the canter work and that he gets stronger.
Heilen Cuberon van het Beukenhof. Voorlopige 5e plaats, dankzij die score 71,795%. Then we go to spectators judging. Ja, u plaatst Tom Heilen op een voorlopige 7e plaats met een score van 69,018, 69,018 in spectator judging. Ja, betekent dat we nu naar een korte onderbreking gaan, een minuutje of 15. En dan zijn we bij u terug voor het volgende deel in deze kleine finale voor de 7-jarige paarden. There's a small break, only 15 minutes. And then we'll be back for part 2 of this small final for the 7-year-old horses. It's Christine Muller who's in the lead with DSP Big Bang 76,549%. Laura Tomlinson and Full Moon 2 on the second place, 74,443, and Charlotta Rogerson and L'Amour, the rider from Switzerland, 74,143%, the number 3 so far. Most important, the numbers 1, 2, 3, because of the final. The first 3 riders here in this competition are competing in the final. The number 4 for so far Helena Melson from Sweden, Picabo 73,177 en Tom Heilen. En die zag u zojuist met Cuberon van het Beukenhof. The number 5 so far 71,795.
the stardust of a pale moonlight, I think of you in black and white. When we were made of dreams, I walked alone through the shifting streets.
Zo, de pauze is over. En zolang het weer het toelaat, en daar gaan we toch nog maar eens even vanuit dat dat het geval is, blijven we natuurlijk hier doorgaan. Het is Verina Braun aus Duitsland. Nummer 10 met Borsalino's Fairy Tale. De meer bij Borsalino en Fürstenball. Representing das westfälische Pferdestammbuch. The owner Sabine Braun and the breeder of this horse Ralf Borowczak. Für das Skotum für Deutschland Verina Braun and Borsalino's Fairy Tale. you really enjoyed this test. The test of Borsalino's Fairy Tale by Borsalino and Fürstenball. Representing das westfälische Pferdestammbuch mit Nina Verina Braun, Deutschland. Well, for the comments, we have one of our judges at sea, Mrs. Monique Peutz. It's up to you.
Thank you, Nina, for showing your lovely, elegant mare. When we start with the trot, we really like the trot. It's light-footed, very elastic, with good cadence. In the extended, we want to see some more pushing power from behind, but you had very nice half passes. Unfortunately, the first shoulder in, she was a little bit losing balance, but overall, she was very steady and cadenced in the trot, 8.2. The walk. You showed a very nice collection, the first part, but the extended, we want to see more supple and more overtrack, 7.8. The canter is very easy and active. She stays there nice uphill. Times by times, we want to see more supple back and air time. 8.0. For the submission, and the overall picture looked very nice, but unfortunately we had some issues. Changed in the extended, the pirouette, the second she lost some rhythm, and a few changes to the right can be more true from behind, and a little bit more the open frame in the canter work. 7.4. But for perspective, we think you have a nice horse. He's very willing to work, has 3 good gaits. When you can improve the strength and the suppleness, then it only gets better. For today, 8.0. Thank you.
Thank you for the technical part, 69.822. And the final result for Nina Verina Braun, 74.311%, the current number 3. Voorlopige derde plaats, dankzij die score 74-311. Well, let's take a look at spectator judging, 74-311, and you came to 76.391. You put her on the second place, and the judges on number 3. Then we go to the rider from Brazil. It's Roberto Brazil. And Victory Prime by Veneno and Riccione. The breeder and owner, both Mr. Hubert Herdering. For Portugal, Roberto Brazil. Das westfälisches Pferdestammbuch, but from the Quotum of Portugal. So, het zit erop voor Roberto Brazil from Portugal en Victory Prime, the stallion by Veneno en Riccione. Ja, en een mooie score is natuurlijk prachtig. Maar in de kern gaat het hier om de 3 startbewijzen voor de finale. De nummers 1, 2 en 3. Well, we go to our judge, Mrs. Monique Peuts. It's up to you.
Thank you, Roberto. You have a beautiful, elegant horse. He looks a bit spooky at the beginning, but then he really trusts you and went there, so that's very good. When we start with the trot, the trot, he stays active, but we want to see that he's coming better in front of your aids so that you can ride him more over his back into the contact, so that he gets the nose more in an open frame, nose more forward out, and that he has more self-carriage during the whole trot part. 6.0. The walk. The first part, he was not totally even in front. He improved in the second part, but we want to see them more supple over track. Also 6.0. The canter was much better. There he was clear and active, but also there we want to see more uphill tendency in front of your leg so that you can improve the contact for better jump. 7.2. But for the submission, we really have to go down for today because the lateral walk was not always in front of your aids, and we could see that back in the contact that was not steady enough. The changes could be improved, that he's straighter and more fluent going forward. But the positive thing is that he makes very nice pirouettes. He can sit and he can turn. But for submission, today 5.8. For perspective, you have an elegant horse, and when you can work him to the standard of the training scale and to improve all these things, then he can do much better than today. For today, 6.4. Thank you.
And then we give you the technical point, 61.517. And the final score, 62.159% voor Roberto Brazil en Victory Prime. 62.159. Let's take a look at spectator judging. 62.159. You came to 66.785%, rank number 10. Roberto Brazil and Victory Prime. Thank you. The next rider from Spain is Alberto Garcia, Brignon Martin and Pompero FS, the stallion by Enganosa Ermitano and Lazarillo. It's the pura raza español, Pompero FS. Zo, u kijkt naar Alberto Garcia, Brignon, Martin en Pampero FS. Met startnummer 12 op de startlijst de Spanjaard rijdend voor het PRE, Pura Raza Española, de National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain. That's the full name. For the comments, we go to our judge, Mrs. Monique Peuts. It's up to you, Monique.
Thank you, Alberto, for your showing your horse to us. He's active, wants to go forward, and most of the time very willing to work with you. When we go to the trot, he's active in the trot, and he really wants to go forward. The extended was a bit hurried, and he gets some wide behind. And overall in the trot work, we want to see that his hind legs come more under his body so that he get a better self-carriage through the whole trot part. But he still stays active going forward, 7.5. The walk. The first part was clear but could be more collected. But you can show a better difference between the collected and the extended. That you go in the extended more forward, more stretching, and more over track. 7.4. The canter, he's willing to go forward, and he's active also there, but could have a better jump over his back. And we see a slightly difference between the left and the right canter. The left can have a little better rhythm, and he really improved on the right side. 7.0. For the submission, you do fluent half passes, and the pirouettes, he really wants to make them small and good sitting. He can have a little bit more jump there, but for the submission is overall that he's more supple over the back and that you can show him in a more open frame for better self-carriage in the trot part and jump in the canter. 6.8. And for perspective, you have a willing horse, he really wants to go. When you can improve his suppleness and strength, then it will be better. For today, 7.3. Thank you.
The points for technical part 67.054. And the final result for Alberto Garcia, Brignon, Pampero FS, 69.527%, 69,527. En daarmee in de voorlopige 8e plaats. Well, take a look at spectator judging. The result for spectator judging. Ja, gaan we eens even kijken. U kwam tot een score van 72,929. A bit higher, 72,929. And you said rank 5, and the judges came to rank number 8 for Alberto Garcia, Brignon, Martin, and Pampero FS. Well, we stay with the National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain with the Pura Raza Española. We go to Zeo Yoja, the stallion by Vagabundo and Tormento and Hebreo. The owner of the horse, Ganaderia Yoja. And the rider, Claudio Castilla Ruiz from Spain, the number 13. Claudio Castilla Ruiz and Zeo Yoja. The stallion by Vagabundo. Representing the National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain, Pura Raza Española. And for the points, we go to Mrs. Monique Peuts. It's up to you.
Thank you, Claudio, for showing us your horse. I think your horse has a really good work attitude. He really wants to do his best. When we go to the trot was active. He really wants to go forward. The left side, it was nice, okay balance. For the right side, in the turns and in the circles, we want to see a little bit more balance, especially the right of the left circle. That was really going out on the right side. But overall, he was active, willing to go forward, and stays in a good contact. 7.4. But the walk, we think he has a really good walk. He has good collected, stays nice uphill, supple over his back. For the extended, you can show more difference, that he's going more forward with bigger steps. But overall, he stayed clear and supple, 8.0. The canter was clear, but times by times he's searching a bit for his balance in between the exercises. When you find more suppleness, and then you get more jump over his back, and the extended was slightly hurried, there he can show more freedom in his shoulders. 7.1. For the submission, there were some small issues in between. You have a good contact, he's in front of your leg, but you need to help him a lot still with the changes. The changes were all clear, but could be straighter and more controlled in the changes. Unfortunately, he was falling out in the corner, but you correct that quickly. So for today, submission 7. And for perspective, we think it's a big horse. He needs some time to get more strength, to find his balance and all these things. When you train him this way, then it will get better. For today, 7.5. Thank you.
Nice comment. Thank you very much. The technical part 65.268. So the final result is 69,634%. Eindresultaat 69,634%. Spectators judging instead of 69.634, you came to 68.892%. Thank you. Now we go to the number 14 aus Deutschland, nummer 14 Annika Gotenberold. Beryl de Meer by Benicio, Fürst Wilhelm and Donnerhall, representing das Westfälisches Pferdestammbuch. Uiteraard voor het quotum van Duitsland. Annika Korte en Beryl. Zo, dat was Annika Korte met Barrel. Barrel by Benizio and Fürst Wilhelm. The breeder of this horse, Zuchtgemeinschaft Schlottmann und Hegemann, and the owner, Mr. Otto Hofer, and the rider Annika Korte. Yesterday's qualification, the number 13, nummer 13. Nou, dat is toch wel een lastige. De beste 12 gaan rechtstreeks naar de finale. Misschien wordt het nu een eerste, een tweede of een derde plaats. En dat betekent dat de Amazone nog altijd naar de finale gaat. Maar goed, of het zover gaat komen, dat gaan we in ieder geval voor dit moment horen van mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Annika, for showing your beautiful mare. When we start with the highlights for today, that was really the trot. She was there very active and light-footed and made a very nice extended trot. That's it's going. Unfortunately, you forgot the first turn at A, but later you corrected it. We want to see a little bit that in the half passes that she takes us more the contact, that you really can go in front of your leg into the contact. She was slightly tilted and then she's a little bit steadier there. But she always stays light-footed and easy-going, all these exercises. 8.6. The walk, it was clear in rhythm, but there was some tension in the front legs, especially in the collected walk. In the extended, it was better, but she could show there more overtrack. 7.3. The canter is active, also light-footed. You showed very nice medium and extended canter. In the normal collected canter, she can be a bit more collected and supple over the back. 8.0. And for the submission, as we mentioned before, we want to see that she is easier going in front of your leg so that you can stay with a nicer, steadier contact. And we can see that back also in the canter, that you have to help her a lot with the changes, that she's easier jumping forward with straighter changes. And then the pirouettes looks that the way going on a good way. She's taking weight, she's going there. But overall, everything looks a little bit more easier going on her own. 7.2. And for perspective, we think you really have a good horse for the future. And she's willing to work, has a good hind leg, shows very nice trot and canter park. When you can improve the suppleness and the strength, it will get better. For today, 8.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique Peuts. And then for the technical part, 70.536. So the final result will be 73.868% in the ranking. The number 5 so far, Annika Korte and Barrel. 73.868. Kijken hoe u het er een spectator judging vanaf bracht. U kwam tot 74.491 en u plaatste de Duitse Amazone met Barrel op een voorlopige derde plaats. 74.491. We go to the number 15 from Spain, Santiago de Milan, L'Amore per Sempre. De mare by Livaldon en Alabastor. Ja, representing das Verband der Züchter des Oldenburger Pferdes. Het voor het scotum van Duitsland deze L'Amore per Sempre en Santiago de Milan, Spain. L'amore per sempre and Santiago de Milan from Spain. Representing das Verband der Züchter des Oldenburger Pferdes. The Spanish rider competing for the quotum of Germany. Yesterday's number 16 in the qualifier for the 7-year-old horses, the number 16. Monique Beuts, it's up to you.
Thank you, Santiago. We really liked your horse. She's very lovely, she's beautiful, very expressive, has a very good work attitude. She really wants to go. You saw small tension from that in the canter. But we start with the highlight. The highlight today was for us the trot. She was very active, elastic, light-footed, very good extended and nice half passes. So for the trot, we gave today 9.3. The walk. The collected walk could be more supple and take care a little bit that she's not getting tense and losing the rhythm there. And the extended, it really improved, but overall more relaxed, more marching in the walk, 7.0. When we talk about the canter, that's active. She has a good jump, she stays uphill. We saw some small tensions in between the exercises, but that's just a matter of time that she gets more relaxed and satisfied with the canter work. 8.5. What we said before, in the contact, then sometimes it's in the canter some tension, and you see that a little back in the contact, so that overall the nose can be more forward, and that the changes could be straighter going forward. But she makes nice pirouettes, she really takes their weight, but overall it's a time for more relaxation with more open frame, 7.6. But for perspective, we think you really have a very good horse for the future with a lot of potential, and it's just a matter of time for getting better. 8.5. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful points for the technical part, 70.268. And the result, the current number 2, 76.034% for Santiago de Milan, L'amore per sempre. 76.034 is de score met een voorlopige tweede plaats. Well, let's take a look at spectator judging. What did you say? 74.8, and you ranked it number 3 for Santiago de Milan. En L'amore per sempre. Dan gaan we snel door met startnummer 16. Nummer 16, Oostenrijk, Martin Hauptmann en Aramis. Aramis by Diamond Hit en Desperados. And representing, das Arbeitsgemeinschaft für Warmblutzucht in Österreich. Ja, u kijkt naar Martin Hauptmann, Österreich en Aramis bij Diamond Hidden Desperados, representing de Arbeitsgemeinschaft für Warmblutzucht in Österreich. And for the points and the comments, we go to one of our judges. This is Monique Peuts. Up to you.
Thank you, Martin. We start with the trot. The trot was in a clear rhythm. It was active. But overall, we want to see a little bit more cadence, that he's working more through his body, that he gets more self-carriage there in the whole trot part. But he's very willing, does some nice half passes and circles, but also there a little bit more suppleness and bend. But for the trot, 7.3. The walk. The first part could be more clear, and the second part really improved, but there he could stretch more down and more over his back. 6.8. The canter is also a clear rhythm, but we want to see there more activity, more dynamic and active jump, and times by times in the canter more through the pole. 7.3. The submission. He's very willing to work for you. He looks easy to ride, but we want to see him more supple in his back, and by moments in general more from your leg into the contact for more open frame. Unfortunately, small mistake in the second change, and the pirouettes were a little bit big, and he can sit there more. 7.4. But for perspective, I think we have a willing horse when you can develop more strength and suppleness, that he can work more through his whole body, then you can really improve that. For today, 7.3.
Thank you for the technical part, the point 65. And final result, 68.6%. The rank number 13 for Martin Hauptmann and Aramis. The gelding by Diamond Hidden Desperados, representing das Arbeitsgemeinschaft für Warmblutzucht in Österreich. And we go to the number 17. It's from Denmark. Susanna Barnov and Atoften's Dancing Memory. The gelding by Era Dancing Hit and Benetton Dream. Representing the Danish Warmblood Society. Atoften's Dancing Memory and Susanna Barnov from Denmark. De Deense Susanna Barnov en Atoften's Dancing Memory. De gelding bij Era Dancing Hit en Benetton Dream. Representing the Danish Warm Blood Society. And for the comments, we go again to Mrs. Monique Putz.
Thank you, Susanna, for showing your beautiful black horse. You're really a nice, elegant pair together. When we start today with the trots, that was really a highlight. It was light-footed, it was uphill and elastic. But overall, sometimes it's slightly a little hurried. It could be more steady. Also that he's better in front of your leg and steadier going through the circles, the half passes. Very nice moments, and then in between he's losing a little bit the balance again. But overall, easy and light-footed in the trot, 8.2. The walk is clear, but you can show the first part more collection and uphill tendency, and the second part more active going forward in the overtrack, 7.9. The canter looked also easy, it was clear, but we want to see the more jump, more uphill tendency there, that you have more balanced, active canter, 7.7. For submission, he looks very willing to work, but we want to see him steadier in front of the leg, so that also the whole contact gets nicer, and that he can take more weight there in the pirouettes. The changes are very good. Unfortunately, he changed in the extended canter at the end. It was a pity. But the whole contact and everything should and could be more established, 7.5. But for perspective, you think you have a good horse with 3 good gaits. When you can improve the training skill with more balance and strength, it only gets better. For today, 8.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique Beutz. The technical part 68.482 and the final result 73.641%, ranking the number 7 so far. Susanna Barnov and Atoften's Dancing Memory. Then we go to the last rider before we go to the 15 minutes break. It's the Spanish rider Reuben Soto Gonzalez and Degas de Imas. The stallion by First Romancier. For the Quorum of Spain. Reuben Soto Gonzalez, Spain. So, Reuben Soto, Gonzalez de Gastimas, the stallion by first romancier and superior. Representing the Asociación Nacional de Criadores del Caballo de Deporte Español, een hele mond vol. CDE, kort gezegd. Startnummer 18, Reuben Soto Gonzalez en de Gastimas.
Thank you, Reuben, for showing us your big boy. When we start with the trot, it was clear rhythm. But overall, we want to see that he finds more activity from his hind legs and that you can push more his hind legs under for more active, supple over the back, that he can find a better cadence through the whole trot part. The extended, he was willing to go forward, but he gets really wide behind, so try to improve that trot part, 7.1. But the walk was very nice. It was clear. The first part could be more collected, but the extended walk was nice, really going forward with good overtrack, 8.2. The canter was active, but he needs the more active jump, and we want to see him better balanced in the canter there. He is supple enough, he wants to go forward, he wants to go, but overall also they're more balanced, more open in the frame. For today, 6.9. What we mentioned already in the suppleness, and that when your horse gets more power, more energy from behind, then you can find a better contact. He's willing to work with you, but try to improve the training scale that he comes in front of your leg, nose more out, 7.0. For perspective, we think you have a horse with 3 good gaits. When you can improve him in the training scale, that he gets better for your leg and nicer and open in the frame, then you can do much better. And for today, it was 7.3. Thank you.
Thank you. The technical part 63.840 and the final result is 68.42%, rank number 15 for Reuben Gonzalez Soto. Ja, u zat op een soortgelijke score. De score in de spectator judging app 68.73%, the number 16 voor Reuben Gonzalez Soto de Gastimas. Het was de laatste deelnemer voor de onderbreking. Well, let's take a look in the lead. Now, Christina Muller, Engel and DSP, Bing Bang, 76.549%, the number 1. Santiago de Milan, L'Amore per Sempre, is the current number 2, 76.034%. And the British rider Laura Tomlinson and Full Moon 2, 74.443%, the current number 3. The important numbers 1, 2 and 3, they can go to the final. The number 4 is Nina Verina Braun, Germany, Borsalino's Fairy Tale, 74.311, and Charlotte Rogerson, a rider from Switzerland, and L'Amour, 74.143%. The scores from the numbers 1 until 5. In about 20 minutes, we start with the first rider in the last group. So, we'll be back in about 20 minutes.
changes his mind all in the war. But she made a bet, even when the chance was slim. He says he's willing to learn when he decides he's a fool. Johnny says he'll live anywhere when he owns time. Here he comes ahead, says she should be used to it. Mary always hedges her bets, she never knows what to think. She says that he still acts like he's being discovered, scared that he'll be caught without a second thought, running around. Johnny feels he's wasting his breath, trying to talk sense to her. Mary says he's lacking a real sense of proportion. So she comes ahead, knows he tires easily. Johnny's always running around, trying to find certainty. He needs all the world to confirm that he ain't lonely. Mary counts the walls, says she should be used to it. Johnny's always running around, running around.
Zo, we gaan door in het programma. Verwelkomen de voor België uitkomende Tommy Visser met Quinten Begijnhoeven, de 7-jarige zoon van Heros Begijnhoeven uit de merrie van de hengst Ferro. Representing the Belgian warm blood, Tommy Visser. Quinten Begijnhoeven, eerste deelnemer van de laatste groep in deze small final voor de 7-year-old horses. Zo, het applaus voor Tommy Visser met Quentin Bergijnhoven, de zoon van Heros Bergijnhoven op zijn beurt, de zoon van Vivaldi in de moederlijn. De hengst Ferro en daarachter weer Darwin, Quentin Bergijnhoven. Besides the approved stallion, approved for the Belgian warmblood, the BWP. Bred by and owned by Stoeterij de Bergijnhoven. Deze Quentin Bergijnhoven hier onder het zadel van Tommy Visser, België. We gaan luisteren naar het comment van ons jurylid mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Dankjewel, Tommy. Thank you, Tommy. I have to speak English, sorry. But it's okay, everybody knows. Dankjewel. Then they can practice that here. You have a really big horse, but you showed him also in a good way. The trot is active. He has a good cadence. He makes very nice half passes in the trot. In the extended, he was a bit hurried, and time by time he could be more even from behind. But the mark is 7.8. The walk, it started very good, was clear, nice collection and uphill. But in the extended, we want to see more active over track and more stretching forward, 7.8. The canter is also active and uphill, but we like to see more suppleness in the back so that he can show more air time during the whole jump. And in the medium and extended canter, that he's not going faster, but shows more ground cover, 7.6. The submission, what we said, he has nice half pirouettes, beautiful pirouettes. Unfortunately, a mistake in the tempi changes. And overall, when he gets more supple over his back, more in front of your leg, that you can show him in a more open frame, 7.6. But for perspective, we think you have a good horse. He has 3 good gaits. When he gets more strength and more suppleness, there's much to improve. For today, 8.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique Peuts. And then we have some points for you. Technical part 71.607 and the final result 74.604. And in the ranking the number 3, Tommy Visser, Quentin Bergijnhoven. Ja, op die derde plaats, als het zo blijft, zou het mooi zijn. De eerste 3 stromen in de finale bij de 7-jarige paarden. 74.604. Well, can we go to spectator judging? U beloonde het met een 75.059, 75.059 in spectator judging. And also in the ranking, the number 3 for Tommy Visser, Quentin Bergijnhoven. Brengt ons bij de 20e starter alweer. Het is de Nederlandse Amazone, Tamar Zwijstra. Aan start met de hengste hexagons Luxurious. The stallion by Johnson Sanremo. The breeder of this horse, Mr. W. Plomp. And the owner, the rider and stal Hexagon BV. Ja, dat was het nu in de small final for the Dutch rider Tamar Zwijstra in the Hexagons Luxurious. The stallion by Johnson, Sanremo and Faram. Yesterday's number 19 in the qualifier.
Thank you, Tamar, for showing your horse. Sorry, don't be afraid of the microphone. Yeah, he started very well, and the tension we saw a little bit coming at the end. That's a pity. When we start with the highlight, that was the trot. The trot is really light-footed. He has a very good cadence and elasticity there, and very nice mechanic going there. The extended was slightly hurried, that he can there be making more relaxed over the back with ground cover. And overall, we want to see in the trots, but also the whole test, a more open frame and steady contact. But the trots by himself has some real good quality, 8.5. The walk, very nice collected walk, but in the extended we want to see him more stretched to the bit with nose out and more relaxed over track, 8.0. The canter was very active, but at times he showed some tension, and could there be more supple over his back? And also the extended was a bit hurried. We want to see there more ground cover and open frame. 7.4. The submission. As we said before, he started well, but then he gets tense in the canter part, and you could see that back in the frame that we want to see it more open forward, and also he was slightly open mouth. He started well in the trot, but at the end it was a little bit too passagey. Unfortunately, he had a big mistake after the first pirouette. He was escaping and falling out, but he shows his ability because the second pirouette was very nice. But for today, 6.9. For perspective, we think you have a horse but has quality and good mechanic in his legs, but he needs to be more relaxed and that he gets more open in the frame and that you can show him there more relaxed in an easygoing way. For today, 7.8. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique Peuts, one of our judges. Technical part, 67.858. And the final result, 72.529% for Tamar Zwijstra and Hexagons Luxurious. In the ranking, the number 10 so far. Voorlopige 10e plaats voor de Nederlandse Amazone. Tamar Zwijstra met de Johnson Zoon, de Stallion, Hexagons Luxurious. The number 21 from Denmark, representing the Danish Warmblood Society, Flora, Brunholms Flora and Lone Bang Zindorf. Brunholms Flora by Don Olimbrio and Blue Horse Hertog. Zo, u kijkt naar de proef van Lonebang Zindorf from Denmark en Brunholms Flora by Don Olimbrio and Bluehorse Hertog. Representing the Danish Warm Blood Society.
Thank you, Lona. When we start with the trot, we saw a light-footed, active trot. Times by times, we want to see a bit more cadence, that she comes more active under with her hind legs, that she gets more that cadence in self-carriage during the exercises. The extended was very active, but tempo was a bit high, 8.0. What was really good today was the walk, especially the collected. It shows really the collected walk in a way we want to see. Uphill, active, very good collection. The extended was also good, maybe a bit more over track, if you want to say something. But overall, very nice, 8.6. The canter. In the canter, we want to see more jump, more supple over the back, and we see some difference in both sides. To the right, you can have a better rhythm, times by times. To the left, it's already improving, but that's, we want to see the better 3-time beat coming out. 7.0. But for submission, you have a nice contact, and she's really working with you together. And of course, we have to consider a little bit that the pirouettes could take a little bit more weight, and 1/2 passing canter was not really parallel. You lost her a little bit, but you could correct it. 7.7. But for perspective, we think you have a very elegant, light-footed horse with a good future. When you can improve the canter and more strength from behind, that she gets going more uphill and easy going, then it must be much better. For today, 8.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique Peutz. Technical part 68.215. Final result for Lonebang Zindorf 73.408. Rank number 9. 73.408 is the score. Well, let's have a look at spectator judging. You came to 73.148. Oh, very close. Well done, the audience. So that was Lonebang Zindorf and Brunholms Flora. And then we go to another Danish rider. It's Maiken Faborg Klerup and Midwest Francesca. Midwest Francesca de Mare by Franklin, Blue Horse, Don Choufro and Future Cup. It's bred by Stuttery Midwest and owned now by the rider Maiken Faborg Klerup from Denmark, representing the Danish Warm Blood Society. Nice applause for Maiken Faborg-Glerup and Mid-West Francesca by Franklin and Blue Horse Don Schufro, and representing the Danish Warmblood Society.
Thank you, Maiken, for showing your beautiful mare. When we start with the highlight from today, that was really the trot. It was elastic, light-footed, very active going forward in the extended trot. Times by times you could stay a bit more uphill, but overall it was very nice picture in the trot work. 8.6. The walk. The collected walk was really good rhythm, nice collection. Unfortunately, after the turn, you lost a little bit rhythm there, and then at the end, she improved in the second part. For the walk, 7.7. The canter, she has cleared 3 beats and jump. We want to see her showing there more suppleness, better jumping in front of your legs, especially in the pirouette. The second one, she came a little bit back, that she stays more uphill. 7.4. What we saw in the submission, that the first part was really good in the trot and the walk, but in the canter, you lost her a little bit. There were some issues. The contact could be nicer times by time. The tongue was visible. And she changed after the medium, and you have the mistake in the tempi, really small things that easily are getting to improve. But for today is 6.5. But for perspective, we think you have an elegant, light-footed horse with 3 gaits. When you can improve the training scale and when you can go without the small things, then you get a much higher score. But for today, 7.5. Thank you.
Then we go for the results of Maiken Faborg-Glerup. The technical part 66.875, and the final results for the Danish rider 71.138%, 71.138%. Dat is het eindresultaat voor de Deense Maiken Faborg-Glerup en Mid-West Francesca by Franklin. In spectator judging, also rank number 13, the same, and you came to 70.837%, and also rank number 13. Well done. Gehen wir nach Deutschland. Nummer 23 ist Lena Waldmann and Belinda FRH. Representing das Hannoveraner Verband, Belinda FRH by Boncoeur and Royal Blend and Don Frederico. The horse, the breeder of the horse, Wilfried Poets, and the owner is Maria Poets. And the rider, Lena Waldmann, Belinda FRH. U kijkt naar Helena Waldman, de Duitse Amazone met Belinda FRH. Belinda FRH, de dochter van Bondkeur en Royal Blends Representing, dat is Hannover verband. Fokproduct van de heer Wilfried Poets. En Maria Poets heeft deze Belinda FRH nu in eigendom. En wordt gereden dus door de Amazone Lena Waldman, Duitsland.
Thank you, Lena. It was not an easy ride for you. We could see that. When we start with the trot, that was active. She had a good cadence. But we want to see her more supple over the back. And in the first extended trot, she lost a little bit the evenness behind. And sometimes in some circles also, that she gets more balance there and keep the good rhythm. 7.3. What was really good was the walk. You had a nice collected walk, but don't go faster there. Keep it really collected. But the extended was real good. Real nice over track, marching going forward, 8.4. The canter, when we talk only about the canter, it was active, but times by times she can be more supple over the back, and that she gets more relaxed there. You had to help her a lot in the whole canter part. But for the canter, we give 7.5. Then when we go back to the submission, the first part in the trot, she was okay, she was willing, she was in front of your leg. But yeah, you had a lot of small hiccups and mistakes. You had first an abrupt halt, she was cantering after the walk. She changed in the corner, and the last halt was not so nice, so we have to take that all in considering. That it was too much today, so 5.8. But for perspective, we still think there is some quality there is some good horse. When she gets more relaxed and easier in front of your leg, then it's to improve. For today, 7.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique Peuts. Well, and the other marks, technical part, 64.375. And the final result is 68.588%, rank number 19. Eindresultaat voor Lena Waldman met Belinda FRH 8. U kwam tot 69.782%, 69.782%, rank number 16 in de Spectators app. Spectators Judging app 69.782%. Then we go to the number 24 from Spain, Juan de Dios Ramirez Garcia and Corento Azores. Representing the Pura Raza Española, the National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain. Corento Azores by Caracol Azores and Gnidium and Morbo. Corento Azores. Juan de Dios Ramirez Garcia, Spain. Juan de Diaz, Ramirez Garcia, Corinto Azores, the Stallion, the Pura Raza Española, the number 24 of your program.
Thank you, Juan. We think you have a very willing horse to work together with you. When we start with the trot is active. You had a nice extended trot, and he was active, nice uphill, making good count cover. But at times we want to see that he has more self-carriage, that he gets more supple over the back, and sometimes he's not always even behind on the right side. 6.8. The walk. He was not really relaxed in the walk, especially the first part. He was almost jogging, and in the extended walk we want to see more even hind legs stepping active under for ground cover. 5.8. The canter, it was active, times by times a bit hurried. Try to get him more supple over the back with bigger jumps and air time. 7.0. For the submissions, he stays still active, good in the contact. 1/2 pass, you could have better flexion and bend. For the pillows, he's taking good weight, but also there keep him active in the jump. But he's willing to work together with you. 7.0. For perspective, we want to see a more evenness in the trot, and that you can find a better relaxed walk. Try to work on the training scale to improve these things. For today, 6.8. Thank you.
For the technical part, 62.768 points. And the final result for the Spanish rider, 64,784%, 64,784. Kunnen we eens even gaan kijken naar wat u ervan vond, dames en heren, hoe u deze proef heeft beoordeeld? Spectator Judging App. Well, let's have a look. Rank 22, you came to rank 23 and 66,073%. Dan gaan we naar startnummer 25 kijken. De Nederlander Niels Baks nu aan de start met First Lewis. First Lewis, the approved stallion by Ferguson, Winton and 007. Bred by Mr. L. van Grunsven. And now owned by Hengsten Houderij de IJzeren Man. En de heer Martin Baks. Gereden door Niels Baks. First Lewis. Zo, u kijkt naar Niels Bax met First Lewis, de approved stallion. First Lewis bij Ferguson, Winton. In de kwalificatie overigens een 15e plaats. Ja, zat dicht tegen rechtstreekse kwalificatie voor de finale aan. En nou, nu alles op alles gezet. En dan gaat het misschien vandaag gebeuren bij de beste 3. Het zou zomaar kunnen. First Lewis, Niels Bax en the comment is from our judge, Mrs. Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Niels, for presenting your really beautiful stallion. When we start with the trot started very well. He is elastic, active. Especially the extended trot was very nice, very dynamic, and really going forward. But the second part, he came too high in the pole and above the bit. There you can have him a little bit nicer in the contact, but still quality trot, 8.2. The walk. The collected walk was slightly in the beginning short-long. It improved a bit in the extended trot, but the extended trot he can show more supple over track, over his back for bigger steps, 6.3. The canter is clear and active, but there he was too high in the pole. We want to see him more over his back, more through the neck, so that he can make more air time in the jump. And the extended, yeah, you really tried to go forward, but it was too hurried. We want to see more relaxation for bigger jumps, 7.4. For submission, what we already mentioned before, I think your horse have enough quality, but try to follow more the training scale. Also here that he gets more relaxed, that you don't have to help him too much with your hands, that he's easier, more over the back, and can work through his whole body. For today, 6.2. But for perspective, we still think there's some quality when you can improve the training scale in the riding, and also that he was today a little bit tense looking around, so that could easily go better. 7.4. Thank you.
Those were the marks for Niels Bax and First Lewis, the stallion by Ferguson, Winton, and representing the Royal Dutch Sport Horse KWP. And technical part 66 is 607, and the final result 68, 8.04%. That's in the ranking. The number 18, Niels Bax. 68.804 en een 18e plaats. Nou, laat maar eens kijken. Spectator judging. What did you say? You came to 73.643% in the ranking. The number 8, spectator judging. Ja, u was duidelijk wat positiever gestemd dan onze juryleden. Only 3 horses to go now. The number 26 from Spain, Francisco Benitez Sanchez, representing Royal Dutch Sport Horse KWP and Lord Platinum, the gelding by Ferguson and Bretton Woods and Jazz. Gefokt door de heer Wieleras en nu een eigendom van Esther Bakker-Laploy, Kirsten Bekkers en Wiro Bakker. Deze Lord Platinum met het zadel de Spanjaard Francisco Benitez Sanchez, rijdend voor het Nederlandse quotum. Zet erop voor Francisco Benitez Sanchez en Lourdes Platinum. For the Dutch Quorum representing KWPN, the Royal Dutch Sport Horse, Lourdes Platinum by Ferguson Bretton Woods. Hierna nog 2 combinaties en dan hebben we de uitslag. En dan weten we wie zich uit deze grote groep hebben geplaatst voor de finale. De nummers 1, 2 en 3.
Thank you, Francisco, for presenting your very elegant horse. When we start with the highlight from today, what we really liked was the trot part. It was elastic, he had a really good cadence, stay steady in all the half passes, circles and shoulder line. Very nice extended trot. There may be a bit more engaged from behind, conservative, but overall a very nice, good trot. 9.2. When we go back to the walk, unfortunately the first part, the collected walk, was not totally clear in the rhythm. The extended get a bit better, but overall take care there of the rhythm. So that's why we have to give a 5.9 for the walk. The canter, it was clear, it was active. You have a nice in front of you in your leg and in the contact. Sometimes a bit more through his body for suppleness and active jump. 8.0. The submission, you presented in a very nice way. Times by times he was a bit busy with his mouth, that he could be more relaxed and then also more open in the frame. 8.0. For perspective, we think you have a very talented horse with very nice trot and canter, and you're on the right way of the training style. Let's hope we can work something on the walk, and then it can really improve, but for today, 8.0. Thank you.
The points for Francisco Benitez Sanchez and Lourdes Platinum. Technical part 66, 161. What will it be? Rank 12, 72, 181%. 72, 181. En een voorlopige 12e plaats. Well, let's see. Spectator judging. What did you say? You gave it 71.2 and number 14 instead of number 12. Well, that's rather close. Francisco Benitez Sanchez and the Ferguson Gelding. Lourdes Platinum representing KWPM. Then we go to the number 27 from Sweden, Jennifer Svensson, Stradivarius. Stradivarius by Sibelius, De Niro and Hertigen. The stallion representing the Swedish Warmblood Association, Jennifer Svensson. The breeder of this horse, Filippa Magnusson, and the rider is now the owner of this Stradivarius. Zo, dat was het voor Jennifer Svensson op de prachtige filmmuziek met Stradivarius bij Sibelius en De Niro. Representing SWB, de Swedish Warm Blood Association. Het was alweer de 27e start. We hebben nog 2 deelnemers. Althans, waar we de punten er nog van krijgen. Dus we weten zeker dat Christine Muller dat die naar de finale instroomt met DSP Big Bang. Curious about the points and the comment for Jennifer Svensson Stradivarius.
Thank you, Jennifer. When we start with the trot was very active. He had a good cadence, but times by times we want to see his hind legs coming more active under the body, and especially the second part of the trot he could go more forward, so that the trot is not too passagey. 7.7. The walk was really good today. It was clear, active, and the extended walk was really good, but good overtrack, 8.3. The canter, it was clear, but it could go more with active jump, and that he can jump more over his back and easily going forward. 7.0. For the submission, he was good uphill, good in the contact. Unfortunately, in the circles, he was a little bit escaping with his hind legs. And the first pirouette was really big and could be more centered. The second one was much better. The last change was not on your 8s, and the tempi could be more fluent. But overall, he stayed willing with you, 7.3. Perspective, we still think it's a horse with quality. When you can improve his activity and the training scale, then it will become better. For today, 7.6.
Ja, en dan komt daar nog bij het technische deel, de technical part 63.929. Final result voor Jennifer Svensson, 69.865. 69.865 en op een 16e plaats geëindigd. Well, in spectator judging, you came to 71.074 and rank number 15. Ranking almost equal. Dan weten we zeker dat Santiago de Milan L'Amore per Sempre tevens inschoomt naar de finale. Hij staat op dit moment op een 2e plaats. Well, and then we go to the last rider. De Dutch rider Adelinde Cornelissen met Lucchiedo, de zoon van Acchiedo Mastedinger. Zo. Nou, om het paard Lucchiedo niet verder te belasten, besloot ik maar eens eventjes stil te zijn. Maar je zou er ook stil van worden, wat vervelend. En dan uitgerekend op de wereldkampioenschappen. Nee, het zat er niet in vandaag voor Adelinde, Cornelis en Lucchiedo. Zondag gaf op enig moment al te kennen dat ze de arena voortijdig wensen te verlaten. Ja, en dat betekent dat bekend is wie instromen in de finale bij de 7-jarige paarden. Christine Muller eindigt hier op een prachtige eerste plaats. The winner of this competition today. She goes to the final with DSP Big Bang by Boncoeur. And also to the final, the number 2, Santiago de Milan, L'amore per sempre. Representing das Oldenburger Verband. And the number 3, the Belgian rider Tommy Visser and Quinten Begijnhoeven. Representing the BWP, de Belgian Warmbloods met Quinten Begijnhoeven. Naar de finale. Dit zijn de 3 hoogst geclasseerden. Wij gaan zo naar de huldiging. Blijft u bij ons. Well, thanks to our judges, Mr. Henning Leerman, Germany, and mevrouw Monique Peuts, the Netherlands. Also for the comments, Annette Franzani Cabeyes from Sweden, Hans Voser from Switzerland, and Sharon Road from the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much for your cooperation, for judging this beautiful competition. Well, Mr. Henning Leerman is also involved in the prize giving. And in the prize giving also involved Annemiek van der Vorm, board member of the KNHS. Annemiek van der Vorm en Mr. Henning Leerman. Zo, we gaan zo de nummers 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 hier in de piste verwelkomen. En dan de gelegenheid om ze te belonen voor het mooie resultaat. En dan de nummers 1, 2 en 3 die instromen naar de finale. Die huldigen we hier nog apart in de piste. Wij gaan naar de huldiging van de 8 hoogst geclasseerden. In de small final for the 7-year-old horses, we welcome Atoften's Dancing Memory and Susanna Barnov. The number 8 in this competition, Atoften's Dancing Memory, representing the Danish Warm Blood Association. Then we go to the number 7, Beryl and Annika Gotenberold, representing das Westfälisches Pferdestammbuch. Nummer 7, Beryl and Annika Gotenberold. The number 5, representing das Westfälische Pferdestammbuch Borsalino's Fairy Tale and Nina Verina Braun. And representing das Verband der Züchter des Oldenburger Pferdes, the number 4, Full Moon 2, and Laura Tomlinson. En dan verwelkomen we ook de nummer 6, representing KWPN, Charlotta Rogerson en L'Amour. En dan zag u de nummers 4 tot en met 8. The numbers 4 until 8. In this small final for the 7-year-old horses during the Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here at National Equestrian Center Ermelo. 3 riders go to the final. The final for the 7-year-old horses during this World Championship. Er lagen nog 3 startbewijzen klaar. 3 startplaatsen klaar voor die allesbeslissende finale. En die 3 komen nu binnengereden. We gaan naar de huldiging. Representing das deutsche Sportpferd, Christine Muller en DSP Big Bang. the winners of this small final. Congratulations on behalf of the KNHS by Annemiek van der Vorm, and on behalf of the international judges, Mr. Henning Leerman. The congratulations for the winner. DSP Big Bang, de gelding by Bonkeur, quadronneur. Well, and good luck in the final. The number 2, representing das Verband der Züchter des Oldenburger Pferdes, it's Santiago de Milan, L'amore per sempre. And for the number 3, representing the Belgian Warmbloods, congratulations to Tommy Visser and Quinten Begijnhoven. The Stallion by Heros Begijnhoven and Ferro. Well, congratulations and a lot of success in the final for the 7-year-old horses. We start the music. Here they come in their lap of honor. Once again, special for you, Christine Muller, DSP Big Bang. The breeder of the horse, Dr. Frank Klakov, and the owner, Jens Thorsen, DSP Big Bang. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being our guest here today on the 3rd day of the Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here at National Equestrian Center in Ermelo. We hope you enjoyed all the dressage here in Arena 2 and maybe also in Arena 1. We'll be back tomorrow in the morning. We continue here in this World Championship. Have a nice evening.